Hello, can you see us? Can you hear us? Like a little jellyfish. Yep, this is how we're starting, and it's only going to go more chaotic from here. Hello, everyone. I'm just going to give it a minute for people to arrive, except for one person who will be in the chat but is not going to be on screen because he sucks.
He does suck.
He doesn't. Jonah is actually very unwell right now, so if everyone can just sort of send words of healing over to Jonah and wish him a speedy recovery. He was trying to get here, but he was just like, I have no voice. I cannot speak. I'm dead. And we were like, okay. And I said to Ren, you better be coming on. Otherwise, I'm just going to be like, my co-hosts suck and don't love me. And just no.
I am on, but my internet sucks. So we'll see how long this lasts.
Yes. So anyway, welcome to the second ever round of...
It's okay.
Is she good?
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I was checking if everything's all right. But anyway, well, hello and welcome.
Just apologising for the laggy internet.
It's all your fault. So yeah, second ever round of Adventurerathon. Adventurerathon. Obviously, we, as those of you that have been here for a while know, we did the creation round last month, and then last year. We did our character creations in January. We went on a journey, and then at the end of that journey, we all went down these pathways, and that has determined where we end up in this new world. My character, May Tharanel, she is very much a nature and plant, and she is more like a healer at heart. She just likes to know all the different plants and animals and how they can be used to help people and heal people. Therefore, she ended up going down pathway 3, which meant she ended up in the middle of these ghostly, misty forests and has to read a book with a mist, fog, or steam, smoke, whatever. And I've got Shiver by Junji Ito. It's my first time reading any of his work, so I'm slightly nervous. But I did say that I want to read more horror this year. What was that?
Is that the short story collection?
Yeah. But it's a manga, so I should be able to get through this in 1 or 2 sprints. And also, I have been saying that I want to read more horror. But I also have a well, technically it's the start for this month, but I'm considering it a carryover. And I also have Celestial Monsters by Aidan Thomas. I have the arc of it. It's the sequel to Sunbearer Trials. I'm 5% in, and I am already absolutely obsessed and wanted to cancel sprints just so I could read it. So I think my reading is back.
That's good.
So yeah, this is my lovely co-host, Ren. Not only is Ren my co-host, they are also my co-person in life. They are my partner. And it sucks that we are separated by thousands of miles, but only for 9 more weeks. So yeah, Ren, if you would like to introduce yourself and what your character is getting up to this round. Not to put you on the spot or anything.
I would love to introduce my character if I could remember their name. Yeah, I'm not doing too well with
I remember it was a dwarf.
This character. Yeah, that's all I remember too. But I do know that the dwarf character, whatever their name was, I know. It's been a while, okay? They're like a happy-go-lucky kind of person. So the path that we had to go down was a fun time. And I think what I had to read was like food on the cover.
I was going to say that sounds like
I've actually just finished this just before sprints. Yeah, it's Confessions of a Shy Baker, Volume 1. It is queer, and this is getting 5 stars. It's
Yay.
amazing. So, so cute. And like, ugh, makes me want to bake, even though I hate baking, but it's cute.
I used to hate baking, but I've realized that maybe I do actually quite like it.
I mean, you were doing it
Obviously,
in
making
your
bread.
cottagecore video, and that was very cute.
I was so proud of that vlog. Like, the raw footage was 4.5 hours long. And I was like, if I can get this down to under an hour and a half, I am happy. And I got to an hour and like 17, and I was like, this is still far too long. So I spent most of Friday desperately trying to get it down. And when it got to an hour and two, I was like, I could cut more out, but I don't want to because I was so happy with how everything was turning out. So I was just like,
It
screw it.
did turn out
If
really,
people want
really
to watch
well.
it, they'll watch it. Hmm?
It's so cute. I love it.
We have a Jess. Yu-Gi-Oh! I was obsessed with Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was like 12, and then I rewatched it a couple of years ago, and I was like, oh, not so much anymore. Certainly the American voice acting is dodge. Like, I imagine it would be better in Japanese. But as a kid, you don't really notice just how
Although
bad
Yugi sounds so
2000s.
different.
Does he? What, in the Japanese?
Yeah, he sounds really like I know he's young, but he sounds like almost babyish. Just the voice is so high pitched.
At least in the American, when he's Yugi, he sounds like a sort of 13-year-old, and when he's Yami, he sounds like an old dude, like a mature grown up.
Yeah, very true. Mm,
We'll be starting with the Jungle Book. Ooh. Killer TBRs are not fun
nice.
as a serial TBR killer. But this month I actually did pretty well. I could hold my whole stack in one hand. Like, not easily, but I could. And it's been a very long
That's
time
pretty good for you.
since I've been able to do that. And then I've immediately added like 4 extra
Yeah,
books on.
that's good.
But
Very
as I've
smart.
said, for anyone taking part in the readathon, and as I've sort of hinted at in the Discord, especially after I've done Shiver, if you're wanting to maybe try and get insights on which rooms you might want to focus on to collect the keys, I would keep a very close eye on my Instagram stories through the month, certainly through the next week or two, because those are the books that I'm going to be prioritizing. I have other books to read as well, so I will make sure that on my Insta stories I will put like whether it's an Adventurerathon book or not. But yeah.
Mm,
We
so
have a
excited.
Void. We have an Ella. Good morning. Just woke up and need to get some coffee, and then I'll be ready for some reading. I've had a cup of tea in my new pumpkin mug that I'm gonna bring over in a bit. I had a cup of tea. My head it's very heavy and muggy and overcast, and we are on an amber warning, a yellow warning for thunderstorms today. So my head
Mm,
is not the best. So I'm going to probably have a cup of coffee in this first sprint or something just to try and, because I'm out of Red Bull. So I'm going to have a cup of coffee and see if that will do anything. Because I am sick and tired of doing Adventurerathon sprints and dying of a migraine halfway through. I'm sick of it and trying to push through.
it's like a
Like,
tradition at this point.
it was like last time when you and Jonah ended up taking over because I went for a nap on the sofa and woke up 2 hours later and you two were still going. And I was like, wait, what? Like, why are people speaking in my living room? Awesome. That took me a second to process, but yeah, I got you. Dying
Yum.
isn't an excuse to be nice. It isn't a reason to be nice to someone. I'm kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone be nice. Yes, we've learnt this through James's sprints, because every time James from James Too Good sprints, he freezes. And it's become a
Ah,
bit of a thing now where we keep telling him every few seconds he's got to do this so we know whether he's frozen or not. Because it is so bad.
uh,
So yeah.
so cute.
Meredith's gonna call off. Meredith in the Insta chat, our group chat for the convention in January, Meredith was like, "Hey, so what are we planning on doing?" I was like, "Pajama party at our place."
Yes,
I've been
that'd be
trying,
so cute.
even without your permission, I've just been trying to get everyone to stay with us. So we can just have like the night before the convention, we can just have a big pajama
Yeah,
party and read our books and talk about stuff. Plus, it will save everyone money on hotels.
that'd be so cute.
Hi, Liv. How are you?
Exactly.
Hi, Mel. How are you? I did wonder why suddenly there was a big, like, there's lots of people. Hello.
Yes, sufferthon sprints have just ended, I believe.
Yeah, I saw that they were going when I woke up, but for once, I actually slept really well last night. So I was just like, I could tune into these because my alarm was set for 5. So I woke up and I was like, Paige is live. Or I could get an extra hour of sleep. So I went back to sleep till 6.
It's a good
Hello,
decision.
hello, and welcome. I have a pirate seer with no name, no backstory, but they like weapons and fighting and will get a sniper rifle. My first read of the month says that. Nice. What are you reading?
Fun.
Okay, I've got to gotta work. Gotta me. Every time I hear the word work or read gotta work, 80s.
Yeah,
And for those non
every
K-poppers,
time.
it's a K-pop song that came out this year, and it's literally like, gotta work, gotta make that money, make purse. And it's just so good. I was listening to Crazy Form just before we came on.
Just doing it. So good.
Everyone remember to hydrate and boop the like button. Thank you very much. And yes, hydrate or dihydrate, people.
Boop.
I only said I wanted to, not that I was going to.
I know. I don't know where I've put that beard.
So
I
you
know I
gave
kept
yourself
it.
heat stroke.
Yeah. Like it's not in my house. So I don't know
Chopper
where
it
it
in.
is.
Just blame Chopper.
Probably.
Yeah, my
I do for
character
most
is
things.
one that she has been pretty much everything because I've had a character called Maytharanel for about 16 years now. Because I started off, that was my character, my very first character in World of Warcraft was a night elf druid called Maytharanel. Then when I first started doing
Mm,
D&D, I had a druid, notice the theme, called Maytharanel. And then for Aurelium, I went with a one of the elemental, I can't remember what they're actually called, but one of the elemental characters
mm.
who wants to be a Feywild cartographer and a botanist called Maytharanel. And now in this readathon, I've got a character who is kind of more of a Sylvan Glade elf who is into healing and herbs and potions called Maytharanel. So it's just kind of like whenever I have a character that's
But
kind of
are they
like
all the
badass,
same?
fighty, huh? You
Are they
glitched.
all the same character?
I think they're kind of just like soft variations of that character. Like I make appropriate adaptations for whatever world she's in, but essentially she is that same character. It's like whenever I need a badass, stabby, Buffy the Vampire type character, I've got Mila. And whenever I've got sort of like your big paladin,
Mm,
like sort of God's holy might kind of character, it's Tayden. So I've got lots of different characters that I use the same name and the same essence. I just slot them into whatever book or world I'm using them for. No, don't stop. It's
very
cute.
cool.
Oh, excuse me. But that's your job, Jonah.
I can, but my internet is already pretty bad. I don't want to mess it up more by trying to load up a video. Magic.
It's like the other day when Jonah was ill, you were feeling pretty unwell because of the children infecting you. And then
Yeah,
I was like, wait, how am I the healthy one right now? What is this?
the universe be doing some weird things.
Hmm. See,
Exactly.
it's not our
Exactly.
job. Jonah's the admin guy. Hi, Jamie.
True.
How are you? And yep, teleportation worked pretty well. I was going to say you're not getting blinded. Blinded by the light. Also, if this is your first time to Aspirants, welcome. I sing, I see something, I say something, I will sing it. It's one of my
It's
little
very cute.
tism things that I've had my whole life. If a word or a phrase associates with a song, I have to sing it. You're looking it up. My character's name is Raven. She's a seer who does not believe in good or evil and will practice any form of magic in order to. Ooh, I kind of like that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, those kind of characters are pretty awesome. Where it's just sort of like it's sort of more about consequence rather than like there's no such thing as good or evil. It's just more, and I'm pretty much
Mhm.
the same. It's like no real sort of good or evil. It's more about intent. If you have bad intentions, then obviously it's bad. If you have good intentions, then even if other people
Mm,
see it as evil, it could still be good.
yeah, I like that.
I mean, obviously, there are still some areas where it's like,
Mm.
no, even if you have good intentions, it's still really bad to kill somebody. Just saying.
Yeah, usually always.
Like, even if that person kind of deserves it, the act of doing it is still bad. So, you know.
We do not condone
Ooh,
murder.
food. I swear, when I come
You
over,
could
I was
bake
saying
something
to my
while you're
uncle the other
here.
day, huh?
She could bake something when she gets here. She doesn't have to bake it in Tasmania and then bring it here.
That was another thought that I had when I saw that. I was like, could just use the kitchen. I keep saying our, like our house, our kitchen.
It's
Like, no,
ours.
the kitchen, the kitchen. Um, my suitcase, if I don't get pulled over by customs, I'm going to be shocked because my suitcase is going to be half clothes, half chocolate, snacks, cakes, biscuits, everything that I can, like all the gluten free stuff, all the stuff for my
Hmm.
nephews. And if they say anything, I'll be like, right, well, in England, I've got two nieces. In Australia, I've now got three nephews, two nieces, my partner, my sister, my brother in law, all to try and bring stuff over for.
You have a lot of people.
And
Hmm.
it's like, I'm not used to having a family and a big family to. So it's like my next two paydays, I'm just going to have to go out and buy a ton of food and hope customs don't stop me.
Basically, yeah.
We're finishing my August book this morning. Hello, first of all, welcome. And hopefully start for the readathon in the afternoon. Amazing. What are you reading? Well, pretty much everyone, let us know what you're reading, and we'll get on some sprints very soon. Oh yeah, I used to watch Dragon Ball Z Abridged. That was my
Do love it.
favorite. I love Abridged. Helsing Abridged was pretty funny as well. He was one of mine. He wasn't my first. My
Right.
very first was Matt from Digimon. That was like my very first like big anime crush. Then it was Kai from Beyblade, and
Nice.
then Yami from Yu-Gi-Oh, and then there was like Gundam Wing. It was like Duo and Hero. I have a type because they're all kind of like those, not really duo, but like Hero, Yami, Kai, and Matt. They're all that kind of like stoic, cool guy type. And it's like even now
Mm,
I tend to go for like the quiet, cool guy that just sort of is like the lone wolf who doesn't really, you know? And I'm like, hey, I
yeah.
ended up with a wolf type. Like I've always had a type.
I
Ren,
pretend I'm cool.
you have a name.
I kept thinking it was Baldor, but no, yes.
Oh,
Thank you,
that's
Jonah. Much
lovely.
appreciated.
You froze for a split second going,
That's why I don't like to move much when my internet's bad, because I'm like, what if I get frozen in a really awkward place?
yeah. Starting with a Hemingway short story collection, just about to get started for Sufferathon while I figure out my other readathon plans. Nice. Picked a book for every prompt, but we'll focus on the key locations. Yep, that's what I'm doing. That's what I've done. I've got a book for every room, but I'm going to prioritize the keys. The key. Also,
Mm,
I showed Ren earlier, but I'm showing all you guys now. It is 1st of September, therefore, the Halloween clothes come out and the autumn clothes are
so
out.
cute.
Look at the kitty and the ghosties. I'm obsessed. I got it from QWERTY and I'm just obsessed. I got it for like £4 in their sale. The only downside is I bought the women's
Nice.
large. It fits, but it's just like it's a sort of tight fit. So it's like very fitted.
Mm,
So in
yeah.
future, it's nice for out and about, just hanging around the house. I would probably want to size it up a little bit and go for the next size up. Anyway,
Yeah.
I was still reading that. Thankfully, I have a lot of short story stuff on my TBR, so I can just eat stuff between other stuff. Nice. Reading the final strife. That's Sarah Arifi, I think, if I got that right. Although I don't know how much I'll be reading, how much reading I'll do, or how long I'll be here. That is very fair. I mean, it's sort of mid to late afternoon for you guys, and it's not like you're like growing a tiny human or anything.
Yeah.
Hi, vlog.
Oh, hi.
I'm assuming you're either
That took me
recording
way
or
too
you've
long to
just
figure out.
edited.
I was like, does he already have a vlog out? It just started today.
Might be bringing a friend, so we'll need a hotel. Ah, you could always get a hotel and then come to ours for like the evening and just have a pajama party in the evening,
Mhm.
that kind of thing. It's a romantic affair in Adelaide on January the 18th. And it's awesome because it's like that's my birthday week, so I'm like, oh my god, we can like make it kind of a birthday party as well as a
Mm.
booktube meetup, birthday party, enjoy. It's going to be so weird having warmth and sunshine on my birthday. It's just going to freak me out. Like having a hot Christmas is freaky enough, but having a hot birthday when I've only ever known rain or snow on my birthday, I'm just going to be like, what?
It'll be good. It'll be very interesting to see your reaction to just everything, really.
Like, what day is my birthday next year? Like, actual day. because if it's it's a Monday. If it was on the weekend, I was going to be like, I was going to ask my sister if maybe I could borrow her garden to do a little party because she's got a swimming pool and a
That would
barbecue.
have been cute.
I might still do that and just be like, hey, on that weekend, can we all come over and like have a little party? Ah, I am
I'm
going
not
to get
surprised.
like Promise of Blood is if I don't get to it this month or next month, it is going to be on the flight. That will be my flight book because
It's
it
pretty
is
good.
getting read by the end of this goddamn year. Because like Jonas has got me so excited. Ooh, nice. The beard has grown legs and skadoodled, I love that word, off into the Australian wilderness to live among its people. Some venomous.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I would absolutely say my
Oh, that
like
didn't work.
echolalia is definitely my one of my biggest things. Hala hala. Do 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 do.
So good.
You're welcome. Sometimes though, killing people is not such a bad thing. I'm wondering if my character Mallory Ravenmount is or was an assassin for hire. She doesn't remember her own backstory just yet. Nice. Sometimes characters can be really
Ooh, love that.
interesting like that. I ran a campaign one time for D&D. We only did it as like a trial to see if it was something that maybe we would like. It was sort of like a let's see, and it was basically the group woke up in this cave, and none of them. I just gave them all a blank character sheet, and none of them could remember anything about their characters. So it was like there was a cave with a bar. It was like a prison, and there were bars in front of everyone. And it was like each of them were like, well, how do I don't know who I am, where I am, what I'm doing here. And then it was like one of them was like, well, how about we try and break out? So each of them took turns in trying to open the bars. And then eventually one of them did. And it was like, when they did, I said, right, your strength is 18. And they gradually did things to fill in their character sheets. It was a great time. It took a hell of a lot of effort and I would never do it again. But for that few sessions, it was so fun. Everyone just learning what their characters were as they went. Oh, don't worry. Because my sister's lived over there for like 20 years, I've sent a lot of packages over. So I know and I've sent stuff to Ren. So I know the things that they do allow. And obviously I know don't take anything with seeds in. So I'm not going to bring like poppy seeds in. But I know that 90% of the chocolate is fine. I know that things like Angel Delight is fine. Biscuits are great. So, I have got a lot of experience. It's just going to be because it's in my suitcase. I'm wondering if they might be a bit more like, because like half my suitcase is going to be candles and food.
I'm very
That
much
is a
looking
no.
forward to
There's
the
quite a
candles.
few Aussies here right now. So I will say, if any of the Aussie crowd, I know a lot of you have sort of said about my candles where delivery's been the issue. So if any of you have been interested in my candles and are still interested, please get in touch because obviously I can just bring them with me and either distribute them for the convention or when I get to Ren's, I can send them for a hell of a lot cheaper. So if anyone has been, a lot of them are out of stock at the minute, but if there were any that you were interested in or want me to make, just message me. And if I can get them done, I will, and I'll bring them over. So then you don't have to worry about stupid postage. Just a very shameless plug.
I can
Also, the funds
guarantee
from
that
all
all of her
candle sales
candles
will
are
massively,
amazing.
yeah, not that I brag about my own candles, but what Ren said. The other thing is any sales made and all of the funds will massively help me save up for Australia because right now it's been stress. Trying to get funds has been a pain. So yeah, every sale counts. Plus, obviously, I've got to shut the shop for Christmas because I won't be in the country. So it's a good chance to get your Christmas orders in. Kyber. Yeah, I had a thing for
True.
Kyber. The Rock arena guy in the old Pokemon days. Brock. Brock kind of I sort of did, but I just didn't like how creepy he was about women. I was like, to look at, yeah, but personality, he was not the one for me. What was yours? Do you know what like your first like cartoon crushes were?
Mm, probably like Disney stuff, like Jasmine.
Ah,
Mm, yeah, I don't remember. I have a shocking memory though, so I'm not surprised that I
oh,
don't remember.
whereas I have like hyper ultra 4K memory, which is well, for important stuff, I have no memory, but for pointless stuff like that, I do.
Nice.
Ah, that's a shame. Thank you. Yeah, I got like 3 shirts for 12 quid from them. And it was like this one. I've got one that's Stitch and he looks like a night sky and it's like all stars and blue and it's really, really cute. Um, like when I'm in Australia, I've said to Ren, I know what I want my sort of birthday present to myself is going to be. And there's a tattoo studio that I've seen and I've decided I'm going to get a Stitch tattoo, and that's going to be like my birthday present this year is to get a Stitch tattoo at that studio because Becca from
So
Becca in the
good.
Books kind of put the idea in me that when I go to a new country, I want to get a tattoo done to represent that trip or something that's for me. So like when I'm at the book convention, they've got a tattooist going to be doing bookish tattoos. So I want to get a little bookish tattoo there if I can as like a memento. And then for my birthday, I want to get Stitch. And what was the third one? Oh, the third one is one that's got a little dragon with a book saying, I'm not a bookworm, I'm a book dragon. And it's a dragon sat on a stack of books reading. I love it. I can imagine. But how exciting. And we're really hoping, we don't know guaranteed yet, but we are hoping to try and get down to Tasmania while I'm there. It would be lovely to just come down for a few days and be like, Tiny Human, I'm Mel. Hi. You should come. You should join us. Bring Tiny Human if you want and can. Exactly. It's almost like your body, the cells in your body are literally forming this child. Jonah, parasite.
Such a lovely way to say
I
that.
mean, he does then say that lovingly, babies are a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was still up and Zowie.
I was going to say, wasn't that Meredith? Did that look like a picture of Meredith?
It was.
Well, I also do wax
It
melts
was a
if that
thing we
helps,
were
Mel.
doing.
Hmm?
The Inazuma wax melt. Oh my gosh. It's so good. I don't ever want to like actually use it because it smells so good. I must keep it forever.
Well, the thing is with the wax melts, they last like that. The size wax melt you've got, that should last a year easily because you only need the tiniest amount. Like just break a tiny bit off at a time. That should last forever. I've had one, that Inazuma one,
Mm.
I've had one in my room for about 6 months now, and I'm not even halfway through it. Granted, I don't burn it all the time, but I use it sort of for about 3, 4 hours a week, and I've not even used half.
Okay. Yeah. Zowie.
Go to cons, get my favorite author to write my favorite quote.
Ooh,
Ooh,
that would be
I would
so
love to get
cool.
that. V. Schwab's done that a few times where she's posted like handwritten quotes and things for people to use. And that's something
That's
I'd love to get
cool.
done.
Mm.
That would be amazing. Okay, so in
I
terms
do.
of how we are doing the sprints today, we're going for hour long, as because I think by now that's pretty standard for all of us. I love how a year or two ago, 45 minutes was the norm, and now an hour seems pretty
Yeah.
standard. I just love that. But I found a new Pomodoro thing that I really like. It's called Wonder Space. I only found it
Ooh,
this morning. I've been playing around with it, but I'm loving how it's got a little to-do list. So I've written myself a little to-do. So I've got things like read Shiver, get the logging forms done. I've got to email a few people and put some bits up. But then the timer,
nice.
I just love the backgrounds where it's got this ambience of the rain. And it's got like I think that the
I like
picture is
that.
very, very fitting for what we're doing, like for Adventurerathon. And this theme of like,
Yeah, so true.
like, and if I wanted to, I could even add like the sounds of
Oh, yeah.
logging. But I'm not really a fan of that kind of ambience very much, so I will just keep it with as it is. Um,
Nice.
why does it reset my stuff? I promise, I set all of this up earlier.
Always happens.
I love
Oh,
that. That sounds kind of awesome, but also in the setting sounds a little bit sort of almost haunting. So I was like,
it's
that's
a
pretty
bit
fitting.
creepy. Love
Yeah.
it.
But it's not so obnoxious that it's going to make everyone scream,
Yeah.
or I really hope that it won't. And I'm also going to be very, very, very strict with the talking bit because normally, we end up talking for like 45 stupid minutes. I'm setting a
Yeah,
thing for 15, and even if we are halfway through a word, I'm just going to go into the next sprint and cut everyone off.
that's fair.
So, great minds think alike. Got to do some social media stuff. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, literally, social media for this readathon would be dead if it wasn't for Jonah.
So true.
It's, if I had more money, I'd love to hire Jonah as like my the social brand manager for Character Sense because he's just so much better at it than me. But I just don't have the money to hire someone. Oh yes, is this a bird of the Corvidae family by any chance that may be holding some keys for intrepid adventurers?
Ooh,
But yeah, so we're going to do an hour. My plan by the end of this hour is to have the forms uploaded, all of the folders live so you can see. I will just remind everyone, please, if you do a house prompt, only check the reward for that room once you've completed it because it takes the fun out if you go through every folder and you find out what the rewards are in advance. Like that just kind of goes against really the point of the game. So yeah,
yeah.
try to not look in the folders ahead of time to see what the rewards are. But yeah, hopefully everyone gets started on their first prompts and gets your path prompt done in these sprints, if nothing else. So yeah, I'm going to get everything
Nice.
live and then try and get started on Shiver. But yes, I am just wasting time for no real reason right now. So that was it. I'm just working out how to get. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Yeah, so I will see you all in 60 minutes.
Nice.
Hello, everyone. 2 seconds. I've just figured something out, I think, on the timer. So... what's going on? Everything's crazy. Oh my god. I took my headphones out and my phone just decided it was going to play it out loud. So enjoy that very teeny tiny moment of Stray Kids. Mode minimalist. Hey, there we go. Hey, I'm smart. Sometimes. So yeah, Ren will be back. There we go, we can see the timer. Ren will be back. How did we get on? I did some reading and I did most of the things I said I was going to do. So I started Shiver. I've read the first short story, which is called something Record, Used Record. And I'm not going to lie, I read it. I messaged Chelsea from Chelsea Zhao because this is one that she encouraged me. I think it was her. Multiple people told me to read this when I did a post last year with like, what's your favorite manga? I think it was Chelsea, Sash, like Sasha from Sash Reads, and I can't remember who else it was. But they were like, you've got to try, if you want to read horror, if you want to get into this, you've got to try Junji Ito. And I literally sent a voice note to Chelsea, like, okay, I've read the first story. What the F? Because what am I reading? I don't know. It was creepy and it was kind of just a bit random. And I was like, okay, like not bad. I'm intrigued to keep going. So I now have the rest of the short stories to do. I really like that there's an author commentary though, where he's like explaining how that story came about and what the inspiration was. I really loved that. I then had a cup of coffee. And as I said, I got a new pumpkin mug and I am obsessed with it and I love it. It took me a while to get used to because the inside of it, obviously, it's a different shape to a regular mug. So it took me a little while to kind of adjust to drinking, like which of the, like, do I want to drink from the inny bit or the outy bit? It's a weird thing because it just feels different. And then I have been adding stuff into the Google Doc drive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly share that screen. I haven't finished adding everything in yet, but we are mostly getting there. So let me just check. Are we sharing? Yep. Can you even see that? Probably not. So I'll do this. There we go. So when we go into Adventurerathon, so for you guys, this is what you will see when you go into the Adventurerathon folder. And you go into round 2. We have, first of all, important information, and then everything you need are in all of these folders. So you've got the forms. This one will have, oh, why is that not showing? There we go. So we've got the forms here, and so for the keys, this is where you will, oh my god, I keep Me and Forms are having a bit of a fallout at the minute because I keep restricting access to certain things and then it keeps putting it back. So just really annoying me because you shouldn't be able to see certain things and it keeps changing it. Yeah, I've restricted that. So I don't really understand why it's still showing. There we go. Ta-da. So this is what you will see. And then, so if you want to log once you're at the mansion, though, that when you find a key, that's where you log it. Then there's obviously a folder for extra activities. The BBEG fight, that is empty right now. That will come in the final week or just before the final week. But the important one is start here. I've got all of the prompts. So if you need reminding, we've got like pathway 1. And then, for example, with pathway 1, we'll do that as the example, as that's the one that I've got. So you've got book with a map or set in the real world, or food and drink on the cover, or both if you go for one book. And then once you've completed that, there's a little scenario for you to read in the folder at the top. And so here it says here. So after spending the afternoon dancing, eating, and generally reveling with the locals, you begin to ask more about this land and the people who rule it. Suddenly, everyone goes silent. One man steps forward and in hushed tones tells you of their new master and the curse he has brought to the land. He directs you to the spires of a building you can just see above the trees and tells you to be careful, as many adventurers and hunters have gone there never to return. He draws a rough map of the area to help you avoid falling into any traps or hidden dangers, and you begin to venture towards the monster that lies in wait ahead. You may now move on to the house prompts. And each pathway has a different little scenario to wrap up that part of your story. Once you've done that, go back to the main folder and you've got, there we go back in, and then we've got the mansion prompts. And now for the mansion prompts, you've got the prompts down here, and then at the top there's a whole bunch of folders. And once you've completed the prompt, I'm not going to click on any now because I'm not giving it away, but once you've read the prompt, go into the folder and that will tell you what reward you have earned for that prompt. Please tell me that that is quite clear, and that's all understandable, because obviously there's quite a few people who aren't here on the stream, so I'm hoping that it's easy enough that if I just explain in Discord, you'll know. I'm also going to do a little video as well. I'll do like a very small sort of, right, now the adventure has started, do this and this. But that's what I've been up to all of this sprint, is writing up all of these little scenarios. So, you know, you've got the prompt 4, for example, where it's talking about who you've met. Path 2, all of that is on there, and I just thought it'd be a nice little fun interactive thing for you to read to give you that immersion for your characters. And I really love writing those little scenarios. I love playing around with my writing. So that's been really fun for me, and that's what I've been up to all of that sprint. Let me go back to this one. So
it all looks really good.
Thank you. And then I had a massive freak out because my sister posted, I didn't know it was Father's Day in Australia, and my sister posted a photo of my nephews with my brother-in-law, and my 12-year-old nephew is almost the same height as his dad, and his dad is 6'2". And I'm freaking out because I'm like, this kid isn't even 13 and is pushing 6 foot. He's going to be about 6'5", I reckon, by the time he's done.
Probably. He'll fit right in with my family.
I won't. I'm the shorter. Well, actually, no. My sister is the short one because she's even shorter than me. She's only like 4'11" or 5 foot.
Fair.
I have a whole 2 inches on her. So yeah, I hear you and Charlotte had your din-dins. Or is it just the one that you've got with you at the minute, or is the other one back as well?
No, just Charlotte now. Yeah. The other one's gone home to be with her animals.
Whereas Charlotte is the animal.
You're lucky she has headphones on right now.
I was expecting a
Oh
hey.
no.
I'm talking
Oh
about to
no.
love
We're getting
you.
glared at. Oh no, now she's staring at me.
She's gonna love me when I'm there.
It's fine.
Yeah, for anyone that
Too
doesn't
funny.
know, Ren currently has one of their nieces staying with them for a little while. So we're not just randomly talking about some person or like there isn't an extra dog just suddenly appeared in the house. We are talking about a child.
If a random dog did suddenly appear in my house, I would not be upset about it.
I mean, I still fully plan on forcing you to get a cat. And be like,
Oh
we're
yeah,
getting a kitten.
it will be a thing.
Although I'm kind of scared to do that as well, because if we got a kitten, say, when I first get there, I'm not going to want to leave it when I leave. It's going to be even hard, well, as hard, if not even harder to leave my pet than it
Mm.
is to leave you. Because it's like, well, it's my fur baby. It can fit in my suitcase, right?
Or you just go to the government and be like, look, I gotta stay now.
I have a pet. I have a baby.
Yeah.
Speaking of fur babies, my one has curled up on my grand's chair, like this one behind me. And she doesn't lie on there very often, but she has been the last few days. And during that sprint, I leaned over and touched her, and she went, and I was just like, oh, my baby. I
Cutie.
love her so much.
I miss her.
She's still cute. Yes, I've also figured out the timer because I didn't realize how tiny the timer was going to be.
Mm.
Um, but it's because I pressed what was it? I put it on a different mode. Like I've now put it on spotlight mode, so it's in the middle of the page. So we'll actually be able to see it in the next sprint.
Okay, that's good.
And then for some people like Jonah, it just didn't like him and made it so he couldn't see the timer at all. So I apologize if you were one of the people that couldn't see the timer. I didn't like on my screen it was showing up fine, so I just didn't realize that other people it didn't work.
Mm.
But yeah, I feel
It's
like
all
for a
good.
first
Adds a
sprint
bit of
for
chaos.
once, hmm,
Just adds a bit of chaos.
exactly. I feel like for once I actually did pretty well for a first sprint. Normally I spend one or two sprints kind of faffing around doing nothing, but that one I was like on it, work, do
Did
it. I even ordered
amazing.
my meds. Like the very first thing I did, we went on to sprints. I was like, oh, I need to order my medication. So I've ordered that and I've pre-ordered for my trip. I was like, hey, I'm going abroad for 3 months. So can I get extras for my migraine meds so that
Mm.
I've got enough when I go? So I was like, I'm on it. I got it. I'm preparing. And as soon as they arrive, they're going straight in my suitcase. So I know that they're ready to go. Um,
Mm.
so yeah,
That's awesome. You did so well.
ordered my meds, did some reading, did some admin, and then next sprint, I'm going to finish off the admin stuff and try and do a bit more of the reading because I really want to get back to Celestial Monsters as soon as I can. Just, I've got a feeling that's all I'm going to do for the rest of today now is just read. Because, like, I read pretty much the entirety of
That's good though.
Sunbury yesterday. So I'm learning there's about a 3-second delay between me talking and your responses. So I'm now learning at the end of my sentence, just pause for a few
Okay.
seconds and see, it's working.
Nice. Nice. Very cute.
So I apologize for anyone who's like, why is she just stopping and there's big gaps? It's not, it's so that I can let the time difference catch up.
Yes, very sorry about my internet being awful, but tis what it is when there are many people in the house. So it's all good.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw the private chat where you were like, trying to eat my food. It's like, just eat your goddamn food. Don't rush, dummy. Give yourself indigestion.
Yeah, I did not feel good towards the end there. I was like, oof, slow down.
Yes, don't do that. Yeah, it was Blind Spot by Stray Kids if you are interested in checking out the full song. Shining, we are
I'm
the
going to Stray
champions.
Kids.
Well, I had during that sprint, I had Megaverse, Chick Chick Boom, Blind Spot, Cover
Yes.
Me, and
Mm.
Maniac. Maniac was the song in the vlog, by the way, that you didn't identify. Because you can hear it. It
Really?
goes
Oh, I need to
Maniac.
go back and rewatch your vlog then.
Yeah. Like, to be fair, because I didn't
Uh,
want to get copyrighted, I only used a tiny bit, but you could hear it. Well, now that you know it's the song, you'll be like, oh, I should have known that. But yeah, I also then had some
yeah.
Dreamcatcher in that one. I had Boca, Propose, and Justice, which, as you know, Justice is Song of the Year for me. Like,
Love
that
Justice.
is just
So
my
good.
Song of the Year, is that. Then I had a bunch of ATs, understandably. I had like Limitless.
Yes. Oh, that's right. We're being strict. We're going
We're going
right
to
back
very,
in.
very quickly go through these. So I was getting tired. Jess read 30 pages. But hey, at least you did it. And thank you so much for joining if you do head off. Yeah, this is my first foray into Junji Ito. This is my very first. Actually, no, I think Brutal was a horror manga. I would count that as, considering the guy was literally a
Yeah.
serial killer hunting serial killers, I would say that's horror. This is like my second ever. This is like my first classic horror manga.
Mm.
Jonah did the Jonah jobs, which was awesome. Hey, Zamai, how are you? Got up, got stuff, drink started. Young hag. Interesting. Jonah just carried on dying. Sounds good. I don't know. Australians, it's because they're upside down. They stretch. That's what it is. It's,
That's pretty good, actually.
you guys are you're down under, therefore your center of gravity drops you and stretches you out. There we go. True. Got 15% read in my carryover from August. Amazing. Nice. Hope you managed to get that done. Oh, I would love a Maine Coon, but dear God, they are so much work. And the fur. Oh my God. My ex's parents had they weren't full-blooded Maine Coon. They were like half Maine Coon, but they were giant and their hair just got everywhere. It was worse than my hair. Like,
That would be frustrating.
wow. It's like,
Good
I think
choice.
Jess was one saying about picking an Outlander book for the reader. And I was like, anyone who chooses one of the Outlander books, even the first one for a readathon, has my absolute respect now and forever. And also my condolences for their sanity.
Sure. Yeah.
Because,
Like, I read a manga.
yeah. It's one of those books that I want to find out what the hype is about, but I don't do well with like academic sort of books because I feel like I'm too dumb for linguistics, but also it just terrifies me because I know just how intricate R.F. Kuang's writing is, and that scares me a little bit. I feel like I'm too dumb for her writing.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, you guys are insane. Oh, hi, Pigeon.
Choices were made. Not all of
Yeah,
them good.
exactly. All of them questionable. But anyway, I said I wanted to quickly get. Oh, look at the. Oh, you guys can't see it.
Very cute. Oh, sleepy kitty.
It's just. That's me when you tried to get me out of bed.
Yeah.
I just want to keep that on because I could just watch that all day. That's so cute. Anyway, that is not
No,
what
you're
we're
going to
meant to
be
be doing.
strict.
Here we go. See you all in an hour.
Um,
I really like that flute.
It's really good. It does have that creepy vibe to it, but also like a really sweet vibe to it. It's a good time.
Yeah, sweet and creepy, just like me.
Yes, very true.
How did you get on?
I put my book down. Sorry. Okay, so I read Ghosts by Rayana Telgemeier, something like that. It's a little graphic novel. This is for my entryway prompt because it's a haunted town.
Ooh.
So if it fits, it fits. And this was so cute. I'm giving it 5 stars. It was adorable. And I love like the ghosts in this and how they not that they had magic, but just the way they were able to interact with the world was interesting in a way that I haven't seen done before. So it was very, very
Hmm,
cute. So I like it.
nice.
Thank
Always good.
What about you?
I
How is Junji Ito?
I'm over halfway.
Oh no.
I don't get the hype. Like, granted, a couple of the stories, like this one with the heads and hanging and stuff, that one kind of was like, okay, that's creeping me out. Um, and there's one that I've just read with marionettes and puppets, and that is always guaranteed. Like Criminal Minds, some of my least favorite episodes because they freak me out. Like especially the one where they were turning people into
So good.
marionettes. There's just I'm not good with
Such a
dolls
good
generally.
episode.
Like I don't have a phobia of dolls. I'm just not like dolls and wax figures. I've always had a bit of a they creep me out. I don't
I get
like
that.
them. I don't want to really go near them. And so obviously that one was
That's
guaranteed
fair.
to give me a bit of a creep. But the thing that I'm finding is all of these
Mhm.
stories, things are so vaguely explained, and it just feels like I'm not a fan of short stories in general.
Mm,
I feel like each one of these stories should have been a full, like, regular standard manga volume to give me the full story,
yeah.
especially the one with the hanging heads. I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to sort of be like, well, what next? What's going to happen? How are they going to figure out what's going? And it just all
Yeah.
of the stories I'm finding that I'm being left unsatisfied in one way or another.
Mm,
Either the characters are crap, the story needs more explanation, or it needs a proper ending. And most of them, they're just ending on sort of very open, unanswered. And I'm like, the writing is the
yeah.
graphics are fantastic. The ideas are great, but the actual stories I'm finding are sort of more around the 2-3 star mark for me. And I'm like, no offense to people who love this, but I'm sitting on a 2 or 3 star right now. I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. What
and
do
I
you
looked on
think of
Goodreads.
the art style though?
The art style is incredible. Like some of the actual characters, you can tell the focus is
Mm,
more on the horror elements, and he's put so much effort into making
yeah.
those drawings that the rest of the characters seem very bland and simplistic. But I think it kind of
Yeah.
works because it makes the horror elements really have an impact. Because if the rest of the characters, like
Mm,
for example, I'll just show you like these guys. This is about as detailed as he gets with the characters. Like
yeah.
kind of, a bit more simplistic. Yet when we get the sort of horror elements to things, this one's a really good page to show the difference.
Yes.
But it makes it
That's a bit
actually
of a
more creepy. to have that like dichotomy, you know, and
Yeah,
that
I
sort of
get that.
distinction between the two. So the art style I'm really on board with, and I'm absolutely fine with.
Okay.
And like, this is just incredible. The way the drawing is,
So good.
it is incredible. But like I said, the story just isn't enough
Mm,
to carry it. So someone on Goodreads, when I was looking it up, said the perfect thing. They were like, this feels like a book I read, if that makes sense. Like, I've read it.
right.
It's kind of very,
Mm-hmm.
I've read it, but I'm not really getting that super duper hype that people seem to get with Junji Ito. But it is definitely
Yeah.
like, I'm weirdly really liking the creepy stuff. So I'm kind of like, okay, I
Ooh.
definitely can tell that this isn't the sort of thing that I should be reading just before bed, because I can already tell a couple of these are probably going to invade my nightmares, especially as one of the stories kind of links to a
Oh
weird
no.
dream I had last night, and that kind of threw me off this morning a bit. So, yeah,
Mm,
I'm glad I'm reading it first thing in the morning, so I've now got the rest of the day to just kind of try and read something else to forget about it. I did during that sprint, I had to run upstairs because my head is starting to try and go. So I took one of my sumatriptan that I was trying to
yeah.
avoid. But while I was up, I've also grabbed.
Ooh. Ooh.
I did a video recently where I've read the
Yay.
first line of every single book that I have on my TBR. And then I've chosen a few that I think could end up being 5-star reads. And this one ended up on that pile because the first line was just like, for anyone who
Isn't it
hasn't
so
read What Lives
good?
by T. Kingfisher, this is the first line. The mushroom's gills were the deep red colour of severed muscle, the almost violet shade that contrasts so dreadfully with the pale pink of viscera.
So good. I love it so much.
It just sounds so good. So I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, let's check up in the chatty bit and comments, see how everyone got. I did a bit of filming, and Jonah thought I was filming for a vlog.
Hi.
I was not. I did a little, if you guys go onto Discord, that I haven't put in the comments, so in the description, so I will do that. But if you check out the Discord, I've now put a little sort of tutorial visual guide to the G drive, just because I wanted to eliminate confusion. And I've basically said, like, for anything to do with Adventurerathon, go to the announcement video and the G drive, because the Discord is kind of more of a reactive, it's not really the place for the big
Mm,
information. That's where it is for, like, if you just need things clarifying. But everything you
yeah.
need will be on the G drive. So I spent the first sort of 5 minutes doing that. I finished uploading all the stuff on the G drive that I needed to do. Although while I was filming the guide, I did realize I've missed off a form that I need to create. So I'll do that in the next sprint.
Oh, okay. You're being very
Because
productive today, though. It's amazing.
I kind of want to get everything, even though I said I'd like to get the sprints, keep them going till about 4. I can feel my body's not going to let me do that. So I'm probably going to go to about 1, 2 o'clock. And then I'm going to take a little break because at 6, Gavin is doing a watch along for a movie on Amazon that I kind of want to watch, but I know I will not watch it if I'm left to my own devices. So I'm going to use the group
Yeah.
element to watch it. And then by the time that finishes, it will be bedtime.
Okay,
So
cool. Nice.
I don't really want to do, read till 4, only have a couple of hours break, and then straight into another visual thing. I want to have like a good
Mm,
4 hour break to get away from screens for a little bit,
mm.
because I'm trying to be better.
Yeah, that's fair. You're doing very well today. Except for, being on screens,
Ella,
but you're doing really good things.
I mean, I'm reading, which is taking me away from the screens enough that it's not constant. So that's not too bad. It's still bad though.
True.
Ella finished first book because I'm smart and chose a manga. Imakoi! I like Imakoi. I think it was really cute. It's a great manga for like, even though I don't like reading YA contemporary and romance anymore, I just felt it was a really cute one that follows a young girl. She discovers what love is for the first time and her first boyfriend and first crush. And I
Mm,
actually think it's really cute. And the main character, they've all been drawn so well as
yeah.
well. And then she was
Mm,
asking, do I have to log the books for the main prompts somewhere? Is it only the keys? It's just the keys. Like the magic items, I kind of trust you guys to be honest about that. And I don't need to know how many magic items have been collected, but I do need to know the keys so I can keep a track and be like, right, guys, you still need 10 keys to collect. You still need five of
yeah.
key one, three of key two, and then sort of that'll be in like the end of the first 2 weeks. At the end of each week, I'll announce how many of each key we need to collect, and then or just sort of be
Hmm.
like a bit vague, yeah, how many to collect. And then before the end of the third week, like the start of the third week, I'll be like, right, these or middle of that last week where we do the house prompts, I will actually say, if you haven't worked out yet which rooms have the keys, these are the rooms with the keys that we still need to collect. So please focus your reading on those if you want to get the right amount.
Yeah, that
So
sounds smart.
it's also, like I said in the Discord chat the other day, I was like, the reason I haven't said how much HP the big boss is going to have is partly because it's more fun for you guys to not know and makes it more pressure to read. But also, I don't know yet because I want to sort of wait until the first couple of days to see how much we're reading before I then go, right,
Mm,
okay, I'm going to set his level here because that's actually attainable.
yeah.
So it's a mystery to me too. Oh yeah, I didn't actually answer the question. Do I? So yeah, no, I did. You only have to do the keys. My brain. Yeah, as Jonah said. I did that. Morning, morning, morning. Hello and welcome. Oh, I have also, I meant to do it before we started the sprints, but I have also adjusted my streams from now on. So you have to be subscribed to me for at least 5 minutes before you can comment in the chat. Just because I realized
Mm,
doing the readathons, we usually get a higher volume of people watching. And I just want to sort of keep
mm,
the space safe and also try and reduce the risk of bots and things like that.
yeah.
So if you are watching and you have commented and suddenly you can't, you can unsubscribe again afterwards if you want. I won't be offended. But if you want to take part in the chats, just subscribe so you access the live chat after 5 minutes. And then if you want to stick around, that'd be fantastic. But if you don't, you can always unsubscribe at the end. I'm genuinely not going to be
But you
offended.
should stay.
Yeah, we have a pretty cool community.
Yeah.
Hi, Brittany. If you're still here, it's like it's about 7:15 in the morning now. I read that as elbow.
So did I. And I was like,
I got
why is he
this
talking about an elbow?
elbow, elbow. Jess went to bed because I worked out that Jess is currently 11 or 12 hours ahead of me. So it's like
Mm,
11 o'clock at night for her.
yeah, definitely bedtime.
Hello and welcome. Didn't read but contemplated listening to the new Epic Saga. Wanted to do a live reaction video, but not one and dime. But I also really want to listen to it. Yeah, I'm kind of the same with like reading this Junji Ito. I was like, I should really do a vlog or something with this because I've been saving it for ages to do a reading my friend's favorite manga vlog, but I
Mm,
also just wanted to get in and read it. And I
yeah.
was also like, do I want to do an Adventurerathon vlog? But I was like, no, because I've got my witchy vlog coming up. and I don't really want to conflict with that and try and do too many vlogs at once, because as we've both learned, it's not really feasible.
Yeah.
I just am I gonna
You
no.
need to not be in direct sunlight.
I thought I was about to sneeze. I had that 2 or 3 times now. I've had that horrible tickling in my nose that says I'm going to sneeze, and then it doesn't, but it burns instead.
Mm.
Finished my carryover. Woohoo! And you
Why
chose
is
another
everyone
person.
choosing really big books?
Why are you people? I see. I was strategic. I was like, yes, very chunky, but manga, very teeny. And then it's like I've got a bunch of Christina Henry this month, because not only am I doing it for a vlog, but
Mm.
also her books are so quick and easy for me to read. So I was just like, right, all the quick and
Yeah.
easy books. I think the biggest book I have on my TBR this month is The Dissonance by Sean Hamill, which is like 520.
Oof.
But that's quite low down on the priority.
Mm.
Depends on the dolls. Mannequins, yeah, whatever. Porcelain dolls, my great grandma.
That is true. There's something just too much about porcelain dolls. And I
I
had one
just,
as a child. It was
I
freaky.
think anything with fake eyes, like if it's not a teddy bear where the eyes are blatantly just
Hmm.
little glass things, but anything that's like fake eyes and has been made to look like a human, I'm all right with statues and figurines.
Mm.
But even then, if it's like angels and fairies, I'm fine. But if it was a humanoid one, I get creeped out.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, welcome. Let us know what you're reading. Hmm.
Mm.
If anyone's watched Sons of Anarchy, I'm right with there with Tig. Every time he goes to a place where there's dolls, he just goes is like and turns them all around so they're not facing him. But that's because the creator of the show, Kurt Sutter, he himself has that phobia, so he wrote that character to have the same phobia as him.
Ah,
And I'm just like, I'm with
that's
you,
pretty
mate.
cool.
My auntie Debbie, I used to hate going around hers because she had like this big collection of dolls all around the living room, and I'd be when I was there, I'd sleep in the living room, and I'd be like, every time I was like, yeah, same. I've got so many ideas. Like as I said, over winter, I want to do a mini round because obviously, like I said, even though I want to do a full round in January, I'm going to be abroad. So I'm going to do a mini round in January instead and do the full round in like March.
Mm.
Eventually, we will settle
Sounds
into what I said at the start we were going to do, but not this year.
yeah.
Hey, nice.
Good choice.
Shinigami, hello. I call them that because it's
So
Duo
cute.
Maxwell. It's Duo Maxwell who called himself Shinigami, the god of death, during Gundam Wing. Every time I see Dance Storm's icon, I just get so happy because I'm just like, Duo Maxwell. Hello, Gemma. Hello,
Nice.
hello, and welcome. Thank you for joining. At the fun part where sneezing triggers a coughing fit, which will make my nose. Oh, God. I hate those chains. It's like when I can feel a migraine coming and I
Thanks.
sneeze and it makes my skull go bang, and I'm like, ah, ha, ha.
Mm.
And there's been times where sneezing
Oh,
has made me nearly black out because I've got a migraine.
wow.
Yeah, that's how bad my migraines get. Is just like even a sneeze is enough to make me fall over and pass out. Oh, for God's sake, Jonah,
That's
stop picking
awful.
big books for readathons.
Just read some Tiny Monster Smut.
Yeah. I mean, I'm open to suggestions and I can always do something next year, but yeah. Yes! That's one of my favourite moments. Like, I will be the god of death once again, but right now, I need some sleep. And then just, he's such a good character. Excuse me.
Oh, oh no,
That's more like it.
that's better.
Okay, so I think we're doing slightly better with times. Like we only went over a couple of minutes, so I think we're doing pretty good.
Yeah,
We're not going like an hour over like we usually do. I will
yeah, we're
accept that it
doing
was
very well.
autocorrect. It happens a lot. Vanessa, it happened to Vanessa the other day. The other day, she went to write my name and it autocorrected. But I was like, I even have my name in the title now, like in my name thing when I chat. There's no excuse. Like, yes, there is excuse.
Mhm.
Right.
Autocorrect.
Okay. CZ's all in 1 hour. Wow. That was not good English. See you all soon. Hi. At the end of that, I was sending a voice note to someone, so I didn't get round to finishing that before the timer went off. But I have finished my first read. I finished my Pathway Prompt, which is Shiver by Junji Ito, which, if you don't know it, it's a manga book and it's a collection of short stories that are all like horror themed. All I've ever heard about Junji Ito is that everyone raves about him and how much he's a master and how incredible his stuff is. And I'm kind of sitting on a 2.5 stars for this. Like, don't get me wrong, the artwork and the quality is great, the concepts are good, but the actual storytelling and the execution of those ideas is really bad. I spent for only two of these did I feel like I got a beginning, middle, and end, and actually fully understood what the hell was going on and felt that the story was properly explained. Every other story either felt unfinished and needed a proper conclusion or a continuation, or it was kind of like I really struggled to want to read them because it was so rushed to get to the horror bit that we didn't really get any kind of build up or properly introduced to what was going on. And some of them it worked, like with the hanging balloon story. I think that is probably the one that stood out the most for me because it really caught my attention. I got an understanding of the characters. I felt sympathy and empathy for the characters, and I was really intrigued by what was going on. But then it just kind of cut off at a really weird point and was just like, well, I want to know what happens next. Do they ever figure it out? Um, some stories I was just kind of like, I don't even understand the point of these. Like, where was this even going? What, like, there was one about the long dream, and I was kind of like, it's an interesting concept, but again, it was just written in such a way that it just did nothing for me. So, yeah, I think I just was left very underwhelmed by the storytelling, but really intrigued by the ideas that went behind those stories. I kind of also, the very last one, I think, was the most disturbing one because that involved implied cannibalism and some other stuff in there. And it was the most sort of disgusting, like in terms of body horror. I think it was the one that made me go, ugh, because it involved bodily fluids and I'm not good with those. But I did, like I said, I really like the hanging balloons one. Not like, that's a weird word, but it was the one that I think I connected with the most and had the most intrigue for. And I also, like I said, the marionette one was pretty decent, but also the family ancestry one. I apologize if you have no idea what I'm talking about. Honored Ancestors, that one was also very intriguing. But again, I kind of wanted a bit more. So yeah, I'm gonna run it through Core Pile in the next sprint, but I definitely think that it's about a 2.5. And it's just cementing that I don't like short story collections. And I really, really hate open endings to things. I need a solid conclusion. I need things to be wrapped up. I think it's why I don't get on with a lot of K drama. I enjoy all the way up to like the last two episodes, and then 80 to 90% of them just have such dissatisfying endings and leave me like, oh, that needed way more. And I'm feeling that way about this. So if I have said to Chelsea that if he's done a series where it's, fully fleshed out and you've got the proper story, I would like to give that a go for the artwork and the horror concept. Otherwise, I think I'm just going to try and find another a series or another author where they've got those horror in aspects, but it's a proper, multi-volume story. Because yeah, the short stories were too short. They needed to be sort of double, if not triple the length for it to really be fantastic for me. So I'm definitely seeing that I'm an outlier, because on Goodreads, there's like no 1-star ratings and there's only a couple of thousand 2-stars. And I'm like, everyone's like raving. But also, don't forget, I'm not really a horror reader. And this is only my second foray into horror as a manga. So I think maybe I just need to try some other authors and see. Anyway, how did all of you get on? Ren, unfortunately, literally, we went into the sprint and then I got a message saying that they were crashing out and that they weren't sure why, but they just suddenly, because it's not even 9 o'clock, or it's about 10 o'clock over there now. But when we started the sprint, it was only just gone 9 o'clock at night, and they were like, I'm just dead. So I was like, it's absolutely fine, go sleep. So they went off and they are now tucked up in bed and sleeping. Hello, starting of the readathon with Travels of Thelonious, part graphic and part novel. Ooh, how are you finding it? Are you enjoying it so far? And then obviously Ren said goodnight to everyone and has disappeared off. What's that? I think I had a little fly coming. Oh, my cat is asleep in the greenhouse. Didn't even know she'd moved. And I was like, Ren's abandoned me. And as I point, Jonah was like, so my presence doesn't count for anything. It's like, no, if you're not on screen with me, you're nothing to me. Didn't do anything of this sprint, but watch analyses of Midnight Mass, Trap, and Longlegs. Don't know what any of that is, but I hope you had fun. Been wanting to read Junji Ito. Might check my library in October just so I'm not putting any money down if I don't have a good time with it. That's fair. I'm quite fortunate, and I don't really know how it slipped through the cracks. But a bookstore over here, there's a shop called W.H. Smith, and they quite often on their manga have like a 2 for £7 or 2 for £10. And this was in the 2 for £7 deal in December, yet this book is $18.99 to buy new. And it was bought new. Like, it's $18.99 to buy, or it was in the 2 for whatever, 2 for £7 or 2 for £10 deal. And both me and Ren just looked at each other and were like, I basically got this for free. Because I got 2 manga, and it was like, well, the other manga was £7 to buy new, and then I got this. So yeah, I ended up, I think it worked out not free, it was like £2. So even though I've not really ended up enjoying it that much, it's still definitely worth £2. So I will keep it for now. I can definitely see some inspiration there, like with the inking and the way that he colors and draws. It's definitely given me a few ideas for my own artwork, but not the content and what it is. It's just more the technique. It's definitely given me, it's got a different drawing style to a lot of manga, and I did enjoy that. Part of Ito's horror is the fact that it is open-ended, that there is no conclusion. Yeah, but some of the stories, the open ending worked quite well, and I was like, whatever, that's fine, it makes sense. But some of the stories, they ended in such a weird place. It was like, it was too open, or it just needed a tiny bit more. And yeah, like a couple of them definitely, like the record one was fine with the ending. The one with the mannequin and the art doll, like the drawing of the woman, they were fine. But yeah, it was too open. I definitely prefer books to have closed. Yeah. But even with open endings, a lot of things that I've watched where they have these open endings, it's more of a, like, this story that you've just watched, say like Paranormal Activity, that is an open ending, but it still kind of does give you a conclusion for that part of the story. before it gave you that open ending to then move on. And the few horrors that I have watched in the past, it's the same thing. We have an open ending, but it does at least conclude what's going on in that particular story or with that particular group of characters. We know what's going on, and then it leaves it open for the next thing. And so I'm okay with those kind of open endings. But when it gives you an open ending where it feels like we've just finished the book in the middle of the story, that's, to me, that's very different to being an open ending of who knows what's going to happen next, and this is just cut off. It'd be like you're in the middle of a song and it suddenly cuts off and you're told that that's the end of the song. It's like, but where's the rest? And it left me with that kind of feeling, and I really did not enjoy that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, there's a reason I have a genuine phobia of death and dying, because I'm terrified of it because we don't understand it. And I don't like that thought of lights out, nothing. And as my dad keeps saying, well, it shouldn't really matter to you because you're not the one that's left behind. And I'm like, but yeah, I have a whole big thing and a complex and a fear around death and dying, but that links to stuff that's happened in my life and the grief and things that I've gone through, which has just left me with an inherent fear of it. So yeah, like I said, I'm going to run that through Core Pile. And then the last thing that I did, well, the first thing I did in that sprint, if you go onto the G Drive, I've added a couple more forms. The first one is the bingo board. You do need to, if you complete the bingo, you do need to submit the board just to show that you've done it, and just to let me know what, it doesn't have to be a list, it can just be some graphics, some little pictures of the books, just so I can see what you've done for each one. And then a completely optional form, because I know some of us enjoy logging our books, whether or not they're needing to be logged. So there is now a form for you to, anytime you complete any of the prompts, you can submit through that. The only exception to that is the big boss battle, because that one in the final week, that one's going to have its own form that is mandatory every time you complete a book. If you want it to count, it has to go through the form. So I'll be keeping that separate. But yeah, it'll just be fun because, like, obviously if everyone fills every prompt, then I'll have a nice little pool of stats that I can talk about at the end, and we can see like how many people have joined in, how many books we've logged, how many pages we've logged, similar to what G does with the Magical Readathon, that I've just remembered that also kicked off today. So that was one of my books for Magical Readathon as well done. So I've completed prompts for 2 readathons so far, and we're only at 12:30 in the afternoon, which is amazing. I have decided, though, the next sprint is going to be my final sprint. Like I said, I know I said I would like... Ooh, what have I just clicked? Oh, that just suddenly refreshed with a whole load of comments. I know I said I wanted to go till about 4, but as I explained in the previous chat, I have stuff that I want to do at 6 o'clock, and I just want a little bit of a break between that and 6, so I can like have dinner, take a screen break, etc. So we're going to do one more sprint. And as I've said also in Discord, I will be doing some pretty spontaneous sprints throughout the month as well. I've got the 3 key dates that I've got set sprints for, which are today, the 11th, and then the 30th. But there will be other sprints. It'll just be kind of like on the day, if I feel like sprinting, I'll just give you a notice on Discord and go live. Obviously, make sure you're also subscribed so that you get updates as well. Where are we? Brutal. Your first horror manga is a very different kind of horror than what Junji Ito is writing. Yeah, I think it was like Brutal. I liked the fact that we got a very clear point. We knew where it was going, and some of it I wasn't so fond of. Some of it I was like, I kind of was on the detective side, because I was like, yes, those guys need punishing. And I don't even mind, again, the existential horror and these kind of theoretical things. I don't mind. It's just the execution of them was a bit too vague, and it just needed a bit more structure for me. But as we've discovered with writing, I'm not very big on speculative because it's a bit too chaotic, and I kind of prefer my books to be a bit more formulaic and structured. Even if like the writing's more whimsical and lyrical, as long as there's a very set plot, I'm fine. And some of these are just a bit too. I think the weather's just changed. Yeah, that's just gone very stormy cloud out there. And the way my head's gone, I think we're in for a bit of rain. Don't care about death or the afterlife. That's fair. I'm fine with like, well, I do have slight thalassophobia. I won't go in the ocean, never have. But I think that also stems from living in a part of the country where it's the furthest part away from the ocean that you can be in the UK. And I only went to the beach 3 or 4 times in my life growing up. So that's probably, I think if I'd have grown up at the ocean or near it, I probably wouldn't have been as nervous about it. But yeah, like when you think about eternity and the cosmos, and when you think about space being this never ending thing, after a while, when I tried to think about it, I ended up as a kid, I would freak myself out. Like, thought of living forever and never ending. I just, that scares me as much as dying. I wish there was somewhere in the middle where we live to about 200-300. So you get to really go for the things that you want to do and really have a good length of time to do it and have a good solid lifespan. That I would like that to live to sort of even 200. I would like to live to about there, because then it's not like I'd be in my 30s and being like, I feel like I've wasted nearly half my life. That's assuming that I live into my 60s or 70s. So I've also got the added thing of a lot of people in my family have died quite young. And so sort of in their early 50s. So I've got that in my brain constantly as well, that I don't want to be following that pattern. So there's just lots of stuff. I'm not a big fan of the unknown. I think it's why me and ghosts have personal beef, because it's kind of like, I know you're not real, but also what if? Yes, I like the data. Data's fun. Yes, that would be amazing. I think Ren's going to do a couple as well at some point. Yeah, I wasn't really sure how to sort of, because it's on that, the body gore and the brutality, hence the name of it, falls under horror, but the sort of him acting as the justice kind of fits more into thriller. So I think it's kind of on a borderline. I think that that's probably why some people are really interested by that concept, and other people it just freaks them out and reminds them of their own insignificance in the world. And I fall into that bracket. I don't like to be reminded of my mortality and my limited time. I'd rather just live for the day and take each day as it comes than think too far in the future, because otherwise I psych out. Even the other day, I was thinking about sort of 10 years in the future, and I started to immediately go into a panic, because I was like, I don't know where I'm going to be, and I freaked out. So the most I like to plan ahead is about 3 years, and even that sometimes I'm like, Psycho thrillers, yeah, that's probably, I'd definitely put it into that, like psycho thriller. Right, anyway, we are going to go into our final sprint. I'm just going to put the banner up now before I forget. Last sprint. Suddenly got really tired. Sorry. My apologies. Yeah. Yeah, just it's also like if I am still with Ren in 10 years, I've got to think about all of the like relocating and visas and all that kind of bureaucracy. And I'm just like, I can't cope with that. Also, I think for the sprint, I think I'm going to switch it to a 45 if everyone's okay with that. Just because, like I said, I can feel my body starting to flag and my head, even though I've taken one of my migraine tablets, it's now making me want to be a bit sleepy, but it's also not really hitting the headache just yet. So I want to do one more sprint. I've still got enough in me to read for a bit longer. I think I might either start What Moves the Dead or Celestial Monsters, continue that. One of these two is going to get read. So yeah, if people don't mind, I'm going to do 45 for the final sprint. And then I need to probably go for a bit of a nap. Hello, baby girl. How you doing? Oh, walks straight past me and ignores me. Rude. All right, okay, so 45 minutes. Also, people are dying, so yeah. And the fact that I'm starting to yawn quite a lot, even though I'm not tired, that's very much one of my big triggers for my like warnings for migraines is I start yawning even though I'm not tired. It's like, ooh, my brain's giving out. I'm American and moved to Australia 9 years ago to be with my husband. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, the biggest worry I've got is obviously at the minute I'm unable to work. So even though I am a trained teacher and I've got the skills for multiple different jobs, I'm not currently active in healthcare or teaching, and I'm just worried that they're not going to want me in the country because I'm not like hope by the time I move, I'm hoping that YouTube and doing things like video editing will be my full-time kind of occupation. But my biggest concern is that they're going to go, well, that's not going to bring enough for us, so we don't want you. But that's worries for a future me, not right now. Right now, I can just focus on the 3 months that I'm doing in November, December, January. Anyway, we're going to go into our last sprint, and I hope you all enjoy whatever you're reading, and I'll catch up with you in 45. Yay. Okay, that went really, really quick. And I ended up doing something that's taken that entire time. And I'm just, as soon as we're finished, instead of taking that screen break I said I was going to take, I need to finish that instead. Basically, I've been in touch with some publishers to see if any of them would be interested in doing a bulk order of my candles for any PR products or promotional materials. So I've been constructing, I've got a publisher that I'm in contact with now, and I'm just forming that email with like my sort of going rates and sort of I've set the package of like for 50 candles it's this amount, but I can negotiate, and sort of explaining what they get with that package. And then because my Etsy shop at the minute, a lot of the stuff that I've made is out of stock, I'm now doing a spreadsheet that really I should have done months ago. But I'm now creating a spreadsheet of every single product that I have made and that I can feasibly make again, to give them an idea of my range, what scents I have, and what kind of things I do. So I have started that spreadsheet, and I'm currently cataloging all of that so I can send it as a dish, as a like an attachment to all my emails so they can see what I make, as well as link to my shop and all of that. I feel all big and professional and I feel all grown up doing it, but at the same time I'm like, this is a big task and I'm now very tired and daunted. But yeah, I did decide to take a break from reading because obviously I have read technically however many pages Shiver is. I think it's like 300 and something. Let me check. But in the meantime, let me know what you all got up to in that sprint. Add someone as a friend on Goodreads. Yeah, sure, no worries. Everybody's friends here. But why did I not actually write in Shiver? Like, why did I not say that I'm reading it? Because that would be smart, and I am not smart. We've already established this. 400 pages. So I've already read 400 pages technically today. So, and I read 5% of Celestial Monsters, which must have been about 30 pages. So I'm doing well, considering I read 350 pages yesterday and I've done 420 something today. That's not bad considering how severely I was in a reading slump all of July and most of August. So I feel like I'm getting my mojo back. Where were we? Jonah staying true to his character. Have you read anything these sprints? I mean, I'm not judging. Oh, excuse me, I've got hiccups. I am not judging because obviously you're sick. But have you read anything these sprints? Do I need to kick your butt? 37% through Babel. Quite happy with that. That's amazing. So well done. Like, incredible. Nicely done. Hi, Stacey. Thank you so much for joining. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I did want to keep these sprints going and do at least another 2 or 3, but I woke up feeling 50-50, and throughout the first sort of 5 hours of these sprints, my head has really started to go, and I'm starting to go into a migraine, and I've taken all my tablets, but they're not really doing anything. So unfortunately, I am having to cut them short a little bit so I can try and have a nap and lie down and rest. But as I said, I do plan on, I've got set sprints for the 11th and the 30th. And the 11th, I'm starting slightly later in the day. I'm starting at like 2 p.m. my time. So it'll be starting half an hour from now for you guys. So I really hope that that's okay. And if you're part of the Discord and if you're following on there or on my Instagram or whatever, I am going to do some sort of sporadic lives throughout the month. So please do keep an eye out for those. I will try to announce those as much as I can. So yeah, I did want to keep going for a couple more hours, but I kind of hit the wall about half an hour ago in this last sprint. Even though I've been productive, I've also been in a lot of pain. So I just kind of want to take my tablets and go to sleep. If you're new here, I struggle with pretty much daily migraines, and I get on average 10 to 50 daily headaches, and I get 10 to 15 full migraines every single month. So it's not uncommon, and I deal with it the best I can. And some days that means I can sprint for 12 hours, no problem. Other times I manage to get an hour in, then I pass out on the sofa and forget. So just happens that today, unfortunately, has been started off okay, but now I'm struggling, especially now that the light is coming through and the clouds have gone all super bright. Like, need to wear sunglasses. um, but a lust for blood. That is interesting. Is that self-published, or is that like a traditionally published? It's not a title I know of. For those just joining, I read the entirety of. I have a stack of books next to me, and we're going to have a book for lunch. There we go. I've read the entirety of Shiver by Junji Ito, which is a short story horror manga collection, and it's my first foray into like full-on horror manga, and I gave it like, I still haven't run it through Corpile, but it's going to be 2.5 or a 3-star. Love the art, and I like the ideas of the concept, but the actual execution was really bad, and I didn't enjoy any of the actual stories. So, yeah. But I'm going to give him another go. I mean, that's fair. You are poorly, so I'm glad you're still just here chilling out with us. Hi, Juliana. Again, I'm so sorry. I did definitely want to keep going, but just it's not happening today. I could force myself, but I know that I will end up really bad if I do, and I do not have that many of my migraine tablets until next week. So I will read something, but I think I'll go out of bounds and read a comic or manga. That is fair. That's what I do. If I'm struggling to read, I will usually, if my head's really bad and I can't read, I will try an audiobook. Otherwise, I'll just sit with the manga because I just look at the pictures. As long as I don't have to read too much text, I'm usually okay. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, this is pretty normal for me, and I was managing it, but then it's now hit a point where it's like, if you don't stop, I'm going to make you pay. Cool, thanks. Oh, that's pretty cool. You guys get so many more options for book boxes. Like here in the UK, if it's not Illumicrate or Fairy Loot, all of the, like, what I consider the really good book boxes, there were about 4 or 5 really good ones, and gradually they've just gone out of business. And now we've just got those 2, and it's extremely hard to actually get them because the waiting list is just so long. Oh, my cat just moved. First time she's moved in over an hour. When did you come in? I know, and I know Ren would yell at me if they were still awake, but it's so rare that I get to do lives these days because of my health that I just, when I'm on, I don't want to go because I love hanging out with everyone. Yes, that would be awesome. Yeah, because at the minute, my sleeping pattern, normally I am a chronic insomniac, and I'm usually my like sleeping pattern and my waking times are usually more in line with America. But recently, because of various factors, currently I'm waking up at sort of 5 a.m. and then going to bed at like 7, 8 p.m. And that is currently my sleeping pattern. So I'm more in line with Australia right now. But that's actually kind of a good thing. And I kind of want to stick to that because when I go to Australia, I'm hoping that that will help with the jet lag if I'm already in that kind of sleeping pattern. I'm hoping that that might make the adjustment a little bit easier on my body. Anyone who has done that kind of travel and did do that and has done that, let me know if it works or if I'm just tricking myself into thinking that it will make the jet lag less painful. Yeah, that's the other. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Rip. Condolences. Please don't scream at me. Why? Why would you scream at me? But no, I think I'm really, really happy with these sprints. Like I said, I've done a ton of admin stuff over on the G Drive. I've created all of the different forms that need creating. I've done a couple of emails I needed to do. I've read 400 and something pages, well, 400 on these sprints. And I'm now doing my spreadsheet before I finish up for the day. So I think I've done pretty well considering, and it's great because by finishing Shiver, that means that I've now done my first prompt for the readathon. So as I said earlier in the sprints, definitely keep an eye on my Instagram stories, as well as on the book chat thread in the Discord, because as I said, my primary focus is going to be on the rooms that have keys in. So keeping an eye on it. And when I say that I'm reading an Adventurerathon book, there's a much higher chance, no guarantee, but a much higher chance that whatever I'm reading and whichever room I'm reading for is going to be a room with a key. So if you are looking for sort of not really cheats, but insights into which rooms that you might want to focus on to collect those keys, keep an eye on my stories. But yeah, I hope that for those that are just joining, I really hope that your reading goes really well today and you manage to get a good start to your reading. For those of you that have been here for however long, nearly 6 hours that I've been here, I really hope that your reading's gone well. And even if you haven't completed your first prompt, I really hope that you are making good progress or you're feeling motivated. I really hope you've enjoyed the updates that I've been doing as I go and that everything is making sense so far. Obviously, don't forget to go onto the Discord if you are having trouble. Jonah has just linked my Instagram. So if you are not following me, please do check it. Like, make sure you are following for my updates. I've just realized I realized ages ago and then did nothing about it. I'm just going to add the link to the description box for this live. So keep chatting among yourselves for a moment. What was your favorite book that you read in August? How many books did you read and what was your favorite? Let me know while I'm just doing this. Okay. All right, the link to September round. I've also just lost my window. I'm doing great today, guys. Studio, and here we go. Video. All right, so, or have I added it and I'm just going crazy? No. So I have now added the G Drive link. It will take you straight to the September round. So please do click on there in the description box for this chat. Just refresh the stream and it should now show up. And just because I'm extra clever, I'm going to also add the Discord link. So again, if you refresh your screens now, not now, now, you've now got the link to the G Drive and the Discord. So please do make sure you're following us on all of those. I have genuinely lost where I'm at. There we are. Got it. All I've got left to do, I think, today is I just need to, on the Adventurerathon Discord, I'm just going to create a little graphic for if you need to purchase keys. I might do that tomorrow, actually, or later this week. I'll do that later this week. But there will be a graphic for like the cost of the keys, just as a reminder, because don't forget, if you decide you don't want to read the prompts and you just want to buy the keys, each time you buy it, the price of the next key increases. So I'm going to do a little graphic for that. But also, Jonah has been amazing and has put all the links in as well. So the links are now in the chat and in the description. Please make sure you are following for all of the updates. And yeah. Yes, there is a pesky little raven, because our merchant has kind of imbued themselves into a raven for this round. Awesome. Right. My head is literally, as the further I'm going, it's starting to really, really go stabby. So I'm going to head off there. Thank you all so much for joining me. And like I said, I really hope that your reading for this round either starts well or is going to go well. I'm excited. I'm genuinely so excited. All of the forms are now up and live. Everything is ready. So whenever you finish a book, just head on over to the G Drive to log everything if you wish to. Don't forget, if you find a key, you have to log that. Otherwise, that won't be counted. And yeah, you know, if you want to log your books, then you can. As Jonah said, this is one for everybody. Rest up, as well as me, obviously, but rest up, hydrate. Thank you for the sprints. Thank you for being here. I can't wait to do some more of these. I'll keep you updated on when I will next do some sprints, and I will see you on the next one. So lots of love, and happy reading for the rest of your day.